Hello, Twitch. Hello, everyone. Got our new playlist going here. Gotta put that back on a pin. Okay. And yeah, Streamiversary. It's been a while. Gonna be doing Osso Buco tonight, which got stuck with one big bone here, but otherwise got nice 3 pieces here that will braise off. We'll let this. I'm gonna pull these out of the bag here. I sort of want to get going with the Osso Buco first because it's gonna need to cook for a long time, and so have that ready as soon as possible. So we'll pull these out. Rinse out the bag so it doesn't smell up my trash. Hey, Trigger! Welcome in. And thank you. You've certainly been here for much of it. Throw this out, I'll be right back. Now we're just going to allow this to air dry for a little bit while we do some veggies. Just going to do a standard mirepoix and all that jazz. Got a bit of mold on this. I'm just going to cut it away though. How am I going to go about this? Whatever dirt that was, looked like it was dirt. Like soil dirt. This is all traditionally a medium dice, but I'm gonna do slice just because I hate dicing. I've covered this a number of times. It's just my personal preference. flame going. A little higher heat cooking oil. Canola. Hey, Zen. I'm just generally not a big dicing fan. And it's partially because I don't like doing it with the knife that I like doing everything else with. Oh, come on. Temporary trench. I'm not going to run off camera 20 times tonight. Getting a little premature with getting my pan hot. I just wanted that warm. And carrots, mushrooms. I am doing great, German dude. Let's give this a little rinse. Not sure why that hasn't gone off yet tonight. Oh hey, that's working great, isn't it? Let me go fix that. So lots in the plans tonight. Gonna be a little bit of a later evening. You got jazz instead of my old playlist. I'd love to hear your comments and thoughts. If you guys hate any of these songs, please let me know. Now this I'm much more okay with giving a dice to. Nice German dude. I am going to do these separate from the onions, though, because the onions are a little bit larger. There we go, bot. Runaway carrot. I think it's time to start in on the celebration stuff. Let's open our first bottle of the evening. Picked up this bottle in person earlier today, and they so nicely gave it to me pre-chilled. I am under the assumption they probably pulled one too many for their day. But this is, of the sparklings I've had, is my favorite. It is a dry sparkling, but it is on the sweeter side of dry sparklings. And I poured this way too high. Just yummy stuff. How so, Trigger? Just now that it's legal and not so interesting anymore? Let's do our battle here. I finished wiping sweat off and realized my AC is still on and probably making considerable amount of noise for you folk. Let's turn that off. There we go. That's a bummer. I got carded, I don't know, maybe about a month ago. And the guy just automatically asked me for it. And they looked at me sort of like, oops. And I'm like, well, thanks. Wow, German dude. It's quite the alcohol bill. Quite Jay getting those rewards. Just go in the blue outer circle here. Skip the inner part. Because the inner part is defensive zone, which means you'll be standing still. You buy all sorts of weird things in that name too. I used to. We'll just get all the veggies prepped first. Thinner one so I won't quarter it. Please not in plastic bottles. Forgot I had these. We're going to use these up tonight. Not much in the way, very fine bubbles on the edges there. Not a whole lot of activity. Here it is. Save that for a future project. So those are creminis, and I'm just cutting up oysters now. Okay, we got that. We got tomatoes. Just because I have them, we're going to use them. Yeah, I tend to go for bourbon over most whiskeys. Trigger. I've had a few whiskeys that I've liked, but the honest answer is I haven't explored them enough to know all of them. Whereas I've traveled to Kentucky several times because I have family there and have been to all sorts of bourbon distilleries. This is sort of substituting in here for tomato paste. Instead of doing a pinçage of our mirepoix and mushrooms. Thank you for the follow, RPG Paul. I believe I have a little bit, maybe in a tube here. Or maybe I tossed it. Usually I have a little bit of tomato paste around, but... well, it wants to be difficult. Well, that's the downside to my small little one bedroom here. I've got the thing crammed full of shelving and still don't have enough room for all my stuff. And so I try and buy in bulk as much as I can, but there's limits to what I have room for. Yeah, I used to have a big bag of rice. It used to be a regular thing when I was living in Southern California. I was a dirty rice maniac when I was working in restaurants in LA. It was sort of like, okay, what's easy to do, you can change up all the time, and is dirt cheap. Let's mix rice with a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, I gotta turn a fan on here. Next, we're going back to the beef here. We're gonna, why don't we use this? And it's still wet. Give them a light dusting of flour. Give them a good sear each. And then we'll go in with the veggies. And then I get into all the other stuff that we're doing tonight. There is a lot in the plans tonight. Don't want it built up in the surface, just want a light coating just to dry it out for the most part. Sort of like a immediate roux with whatever liquids are there. Turn the heat back on back here. And instead of, there they are. Tying them up with a bunch of twine, I'm going to use some silicone bands here to hold them together. Sort of like a high heat silicone, but turned into a rubber band. Thank you for that gifted sub kit. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Oops. That's not in very good view of you either. Trying to flip this over, put this on there. Okay. Cheers! Thank you for that sub. I'm gonna start searing now. I'm gonna get these light coat of fine salt. Pan is nicely smoking. Yummy stuff. Cheers to you, Kip. Well, it depends. What are your definitions? I only really know the one. I mean, it's basically the cut of meat to me. But I'm going to be braising them. We're starting off with getting a decent sear on them here. Not there yet. But this is also all off the quarter steer that I bought earlier this month or last month. I've actually got another package with 4 of them, so there's going to be another Osso Buco dinner in the future here of some sort. Just getting the sear on either side of this right now, so we're not worried about getting this cooked through. That side's all bone. Could take forever to get that side seared. In fact, we're going to cheat. This pan's got a flat bottom to it. They'll be added on after the mirepoix is basically done. They're going to just melt into the sauce. Typically, when you're doing a beef dish like this, you do what's a French term is pinçage, which is where you basically have cooked out or sweated out all the mirepoix at that point. You've cooked it to the point where it's basically starting to sear. And then you add tomato paste in there, and you mix the tomato paste over it. And that immediately begins the caramelization and burning of the tomato paste adds depthness and essentially umami. And so I'm just substituting fresh tomatoes because I have them. Thank you, Dinner with Mom. Welcome in. How's your evening going? I'm just sort of getting started here, even though I've been streaming for almost an hour. I guess I'll use some tongs. Okay. There, we're looking a little better there now. Thank you. I got a plate over here off to the side. I'm gonna set this in. Move on to our next candidate. See how smoky we can get it in here today. And for anyone recently in, we're trying a new playlist today. I came up with a bunch of jazz songs out of the streaming service I use. It's a little bit of a change up from the more rock and bluesy. Oops. I do like some sparkling. I'm not a huge fan of champagne. This is out of Sonoma County. I actually went to the vineyard and picked this up today. Which, it's their Russian Cuvée, which is, it's a brut wine, so it's a dry wine, dry sparkling, but it's very much on the sweeter side of a dry wine. This is the first of 2 drinks for tonight. The other bottle I'm going to be opening is a Zinfandel, which I'm going to be using with the Osso Buco. But when you get into, like, there's a number of champagnes that are all about the funk and sort of like mushroom-like flavor they have. I can care less about that. I do like the yeastier, like, I forget what, late disgorging type wines. Ones where they've sat on the lees for too long. And yeah. But I've always this was one of the first sparklings that I was introduced to in California. And they hooked on to me good. A little long on that side. Oopsies. It's not burnt though, it's just a little dark. Battle. Victory. Quiet Jane. Lucaris? Getting the scrolls there. Congrats. And yeah. Gold chest. And do I have my berserker yet? Nope. I guess I'll do a flag carrier. Let's go back and check the store there and other stuff like that. See how we're doing on scrolls. Let's see. Warrior I'll take. Berserker. Getting close to that 20 top row here. This one had a weird cut into it, and so it's looking a little roasty there. One little piece got a little over cooked, but it's rare right underneath. Give that just another couple moments, and then we'll get into all the veggies. Rinse off my knife and beef board. Okay, a little more oil in the pan. Onions and carrots. Oh, it smells great. That was all with the flame off. I forgot and I turned it off. So the flame's back on. While we got a moment here, let's hype up the Discord here. Got the Wednesday dinner vote going on here for next Wednesday. Next Wednesday is actually my 2-year anniversary. We're celebrating it tonight. My 1-year anniversary with Twitch was on the 1st, so I'm sort of leading towards the 2-year, but sort of doing one night for the two together. So Wednesday, gonna have to either use coffee grounds or bourbon. Actually, a little bit easier of a challenge this week. I've had quite a few other much more difficult ones, but the winner of this one will have to be used for dinner and dessert. So it should be an interesting dinner on Wednesday. Past ones last week was Romanesco, done garam masala, all sorts of. We got prickly pear. I couldn't find prickly pear. I still have to make up prickly pear, but ginger ale, lavender, all sorts of kewpie, eel, crickets, black garlic, charcoal, all sorts of interesting ones I've done in the past here. You can feel free to make your own suggestions of hard things for me to cook with. Not necessarily things to offend my palate, but hard things to cook with. You can make your own suggestions here, and the ones with the most votes from here go into the main vote. We also have our main chat here, and my talking about what's going on in Formula 1. Sometimes I have people joining me over here, sometimes not. Yeah. Alright, back to the stove. Onions and carrots. Doesn't look like that's changed much, but it's reduced in volume by about 50%. Bubbly. Haven't even gotten into the potato pancakes that this is supposed to go with. I need some chicken stock for with this too. So pull that out to maybe defrost slightly before I throw it in there still frozen. Yeah, I'm doing potato pancakes. I've got some smoked salmon, which isn't on the menu there, but smoked salmon. Got a little bit of sour cream, and got some caviar, since it's National Caviar Day too. I want to get some color going on this. I want to get it reduced down to the point where it's, you know, sweated out before I add in these, because these are going to add a ton of moisture. Actually, I might add the mushrooms before I add the celery in there. certainly smell them like they're starting to get some color. And since these essentially just soak up oil, we're going to add a bit more oil to the pan here. Awesome. We haven't even gotten into the peaches I bought for tonight. Which, this is quite an impressive box of peaches here. I bought 4 of these bigger ones. Here. That I'll use for the upside down cake. And the rest of these were a sort of mismatched box that they are offering for cheap. So we'll use some of those for the ice cream. Maybe we'll use some of them for garnish. I have some melon in the fridge that I got in my CSA box, or my bi-weekly box that I get from the farmer. And so, peaches, melons. Maybe I should pick up some prosciutto here. I'm normally more of a melons for breakfast kind of guy, though, so I'm not maybe for lunch. I really don't see doing melon for dinner, though. Runaway celery. Landed in my nice clean. I cleaned my large cast iron out pretty nicely because I was going to use that for the cake tonight. It's been marred by celery. Let's hit that with a bit more salt. I didn't hit it with salt when we hit the mushrooms or the celery in there. Do a little MSG and pepper while we're at it. You started another one. It should open up here soon. As long as we get one other person here to join in, I think. There we go. Nut type scramble. I've got some hard-neck garlic, which I explained about in the last stream. If you're unfamiliar, hard-neck garlic, much more potent version of garlic than you're typically used to out of the supermarkets. This is soft-neck garlic, where you just got sort of layers upon layers, making this sort of, you know, onion-like layered stem, whereas this one's like a solid piece of wood going up to the center. This one's a little bit more seasonal of a garlic. It's usually much hotter. Spicier as far as garlic goes. Can be as spicy as some milder peppers. Like, I've had garlic as hot as, like, say, jalapeno. We'll give these a good crushing. Just throw them in whole like this. Add in tomatoes. Spoonful of, not a full spoon, but a little grape poupon. Little fish sauce. Little Worcestershire. Little apple cider vinegar. Why not? It's staring me in the face. Little Frank's. Give that all a stir in. It's time to open up our Zen. Now I normally do a number of like supermarket wines. Nice guess. This is another. Neither one of these are supermarket wines. You might be able to find like their brut in some places as far as Iron Horse. And you can certainly find Harvest Moon in supermarkets, but this is one of their estate bottles. Both of these I picked up at the vineyards here in Sonoma. Doing a little bit fancier wine here for tonight. Using the wrong wine opener here for this, but it'll work anyways. We'll make it work. And as always, analyzing my corks. We've got a particle cork with what looks like a solid top and bottom to it. Sort of like one of those laminated corks. A little bit, it's like higher end cheap, for lack of a better way of saying it. It's not completely like pureed cork like you get in the really cheap ones with like no descriptions whatsoever. It's got the vineyard label on it. It's got an actual cork top and bottom to it that's, you know, it's like maybe 1/8 of an inch, but and a sort of chunky particle cork in the center. Okay, we now got all that happy. Let's add in our chicken stock, which I'm just going to add this whole 24 ounces worth of homemade chicken stock. If you got some veal stock, by all means. And I'm going to wait to put the beef back on there until we get this stock simmering in here. Because I still want to be able to make sure nothing's sticking on bottom. I am going to add a little bit of salt though, since I do go light on my stock salt seasoning. That way I can reduce it for lovely things like this. Let's add a 1/4 cup of Zinfandel in there. Not much, just enough to add a little flavor. We'll allow that to sit here and hang out. We're going to go back. I'm going to keep drinking the bubbly for now. And what was the other thing I was going to throw in there besides that? I think we'll leave it with that for now. Okay, tater time.
Happy Twitchiversary.
Thank you, Jersey. Appreciate that sub. Thank you, thank you. That it is, Druzy. I'll survive without using that little bit. Grab one of our hand towels here that's been slightly used. Brush this all off over onto that. Let's check on our loveliness back here on the stove. Make sure nothing's sticking. I think we're doing okay there. Making progress on melting our ice here. I think we can actually add our beef back in there. It's on top of the ice there. Bottle. Bottle. See how we do here with my flag carrier. Hopefully we got enough damage to go along with it. Wow, look at that rogue go. No problem. Rap How Chen. Sorry for butchering your name, but thank you for the kills. Quiet J with the assists. Who's gonna get the 200 gold? This big loyalty chest. Quiet J with the 200 gold. Congrats. Ooh, some goodies from me too. And I can put my berserker back out there. Yay. Again, I'm gonna suggest you don't put anything in the purple defensive zone. Try and just stick to the blue outer edges there. Let's take a look here in the store, see if there's anything new. We got an alert here at the quests. Nothing worthwhile. We got new scrolls yet? 5 hours. I'm not going to refresh those. Okay, so we've got our potatoes, which I'm going to add some salt. And then we're going to squeeze out as much moisture out of these as I can get out. Easily. I'll just keep twisting. Eventually it's going to start wringing out a little liquid here. And take that and add that to a bowl. Mix some eggs with that. That goes in the wash now. So we added our salt. Let's add some pepper and some other seasoning in here. Make sure our simmering loveliness over here is doing okay. Get these all down, submerged in that deliciousness. Yeah, a little onion in there. I got some sweet onion that I have left over. Let's use that. I diced this onion. There's a little pickle in there too. Oh well. That's a good guess, dinner with mom. That was where my mind went there. You still might be able to do it. The only problem is when it gets in between games and you type it. Just want to break down those egg whites until it's sort of liquidy here. Make sure it's all coated with the egg. Okay. And then I'm going to do sort of thinner ones here. Hopefully. Maybe something like that. Need some more oil in that pan, though, I realized. Instead of doing a big mound of oil, though, let's do a little spray olive oil. Thank you, Jersey. Going a little hot here, so I'm going to start reducing the temp here. We just want to keep this at a simmer, really. It's bubbling a bit hot, but good to have it at a boil here, at least to start. Wait until these get nice and toasty on the one side, and then we'll flip it. Do have some swelling here, I think, from the egg. As it's cooking on the other side. Nope, it's beef. It's a beef shank, essentially. It's a higher up, like just below the knee sort of cuts on it. In fact, one of the pieces I have there has a bit of the knee joint in it. That's why it's so large. Well, it's the name of the cut, but it's, as with all shank cuts, it's a muscle that's used a lot. I mean, the more animal moves, the more it's going to move that muscle. Since it's, I mean, basically every time it's taking a new step, it's flexing that muscle in some form. And that sort of determines how tender your meat is. I mean, you your tenderest piece is the tenderloin, is the strip going along the back here that almost never gets used by the animal, other than, like, basically doesn't get used by a cow. And so the more the muscle it is, or the more the muscle is used, the tougher it tends to be, but the more flavorful it tends to be. So typically it's not a high heat, quick in and out meat. It's not a steak or something like that. It's going to be a braised item where you're going to go, or sous vide or braised item where you're going to cook it for a long time at a low temp. We're actually cooking a bit high here still. Looking pretty good here on our first pancake. Want to move quickly here for our second, though. Get a new spray oil in that hot pan. Getting a bit more smoke than I want off of that pan. They're boopy. I have no idea what that word is. I know I need some bubbly, though. Give it another moment on this side too. Now down as low as that flame will go. Do want to keep the moisture off of the edge here, just in case it's oil. Don't want any flashovers, especially with what we got going on over here too. Grub pile. I have no idea what the definition behind that is. Let's see what that is. No. No, it's just a classic come and get it call. Food's ready. Grub pile. Hey, Gaia. Welcome in. We got our Osso Buco simmering away here. I'm working on making my potato pancakes with my smoked salmon and caviar. I have with my bubbly here that I'm almost through. Welcome, Shadowtronics. Thank you for that raid. Welcome, welcome.
Yo,
and thank you for that resub. How you been? Welcome in. What were we streaming tonight? we're just sort of getting going here, actually. I've got my Osso Buco going on the stove there. This is just going to be continuing to simmer here for the next, at least hour and a half, if not 2 hours. We got a while to go here tonight. We got my potato pancake over here that I'm trying to burn. Last of the 4. And I'm about to start getting some caviar and smoked salmon going here. Heat is off on the pan back there now. My last for the potato pancakes, that is. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. There's our caviar for the evening. Come on, let's focus, camera. Pretend they're little eyeballs. It's our caviar right there. Little mother of pearl spoon to go along with it. Let's give that a try. Cheers, folks. That's damn delicious. The one problem is it's sort of, you don't get as much of the pearl texture because there's too much going on with the caviar. I think I'm going to put a little bit less on the last three here. And save some for myself, just as is. Sounds good. Sounds tasty. I'm enjoying this. This is... Caviar is definitely one thing that you don't want to... If you're going to open it, you're going to open it. It's a little like wine. You can save it. I've worked in restaurants that saved it, but typically they're saving it in, like, their caviar fridge, you know? Or, you know, a dedicated space or something like that. Whereas, I don't have that here. So it's not going to stay nice. And I'm going to go ahead and pig out on the rest of this here, a little bit more of this. Down to our last minute here before our next Stream Raiders battle. Didn't take any photos of this. Boo. I'll take a photo of the last two here. And smoked salmon isn't bad either. I haven't tried this brand before. Yeah, I'm not going to get one for that angle. Alright, so we'll set these off to the side here. I'll continue to snack on these later on. We got other stuff to make. Starting with ice cream. Hey, Chris. Welcome to the party. Just got done making some potato pancakes with smoked salmon, sour cream, and caviar. Drinking a little Sonoma County bubbly. Thank you, thank you. Put these in my temporary trash over here. We got back on the stove here. We've got Osso Buco on a low flame, just barely bubbling there. That's going to continue to cook for another at least 90 minutes, probably 2 hours, maybe even longer depending on how long it takes me to get the rest of this. Bubbles making me burp. But let's do our battle. Victory. Quiet Jane. Yeah, getting the kills and assists there. Who's going to get the 50 gold? Quiet J. We're going to go down here and get that blue chest. Thank you, Kitchen Confidence. Welcome in. We'll do like I did on the last time we did a map like this. We'll set my guy up there, and just from anything above, let's make that no-go zone. That way we'll fight our way forward. Welcome, Kitchen Confidence. How are you doing this lovely evening? I'm just wrapping up making some lovely potato pancakes with smoked salmon, sour cream, and caviar. And drinking a little California or Sonoma bubbly. Thank you. The actual 2-year streaming date will be Wednesday, but my 1 year with Twitch, since Mixer's death, was the beginning of this month. So I'm sort of bridging the gap between the two and celebrating both together. Wednesday will be my next ingredient challenge, which in the Discord here is going to be either bourbon or coffee grounds. Thank you for that sub, Kitchen Confidence. I appreciate that. Welcome. Oh. And thank you for all the gifties. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, sir. As I was starting to say here, Wednesday we're going to do either coffee grounds or bourbon as an ingredient for both dinner and dessert. And back to the board here. We've got this pan that I need to give a clean out on. And what is our next steps? We're making ice cream now. Got this lovely, lovely box of peaches here we're going to break into now. I think that's good for our ice cream. Thank you for the bits. Thank you, Kit. It's too kind. Yep, figures. First two come out perfectly. I think to myself, those are coming out nice. I better not say anything, because the next one's going to stick in there. What happens? I didn't even say anything. It's still stuck in there. Definitely the time of year for them, too. If you're, at least locally here. We're peak, maybe slightly after peak season here. I lucked out there pretty good. Those came out pretty easily as far as peach pits. I've had some royal trouble in the past getting pits out of peaches before. I've mangled my fair share of peaches. So we're gonna dice all, well, cut these all up. I'm not exactly dicing them here. Give them a little bit of a cook with some sugar. Maybe create a little bit of a caramel. Maybe just create some syrupy peach liquid. We're gonna mix that with a basic vanilla-like ice cream base. I'm not even going to cook the egg in it. I'm going to risk it. And maybe we'll do bourbon instead of vanilla. Because I certainly have some bourbon around the house right now. Not worried about getting these too perfect in size, if only because they're not all going to pull off of this pit cleanly to be the same size anyways. But some of them are, since I'm cooking them, some of them are going to sort of almost dissolve into the ice cream. The other ones just give us a little bit of texture. Leave all the skins in there too, just to make a little bit of a Well, bourbon's gives you a lot of. I mean, bourbon, vanilla flavoring. They're pretty close to each other, to be honest. You get a lot of the same things out of the wood in the aging of bourbon that you do in as in vanilla, which is essentially just in wood as it is. And let's do brown sugar. I got brown sugar. Let's do brown sugar. About a quarter cup. Brown sugar. We're gonna have to cook these peaches in the sugar and allow it to cool down before we add them back into the ice cream. So that's why we're doing that before I started churning. A little pinch of salt in there. And let's add our peaches. Thank you, Gaia. Wait, I thought I was the one drinking Gaia. Start mixing the rest of our batter here, or our base. little bourbon. Let's see if we can get. I doubt I'm gonna get that flame. There we go. Little flame going. Still flaming. Should always be careful when you're flaming liquids like this. The flame can be very hard to see and last longer than you expect. Come back to our eggs over here, give them a good stir. Tahini! Welcome, Chili. New music, too. Now I'm just mostly judging how far I want to go with cooking these peaches. I want them to have a little structure, but I want them basically all cooked and soft. Three menu items, but I mean, one menu item being smoked salmon, sour cream, caviar on potato pancakes. We also got the Osso Buco ever so slowly simmering back here. I think we're good there with our peaches. Allow that to just sort of cool down in the pan for a little bit. The flame's off of that. We got ourselves a little heavy cream. Osso Buco is a dish, but it's also the cut of meat that I'm cooking tonight, which is slices off of the calf of a cow. So it's got a center bone with some marrow in it. You got a decent amount of, about inch to an inch and a half of meat surrounding the bone. It's a low and slow cut since it's a muscle that's used a lot. And so it's just going to be, I seared it off with a little flour, and it's just simmering here in the veggies, wine, and other deliciousness here. And that's one of the three that's in there. Starting to pull away from the bone there. That's the one that's got the bit of the knee joint in there. It's got a little more bone than the other two. Over here I'm working on making a ice cream base for our peaches. Add in a full pint of heavy cream here. Then some half and half heavy cream, or whole milk if you like to, but I have the half and half to use up here. And I'm just going to eyeball how much I want in there. It's about a cup. A little over a cup. Gotta return my bottles. The downside to having this wonderful organic milk that comes in these giant glass bottles that hold its temperature well, and all these other good things. So these are $2 returns. So let's get our ice cream equipment together here. Does not feel good on the hands. There we go. Put this in there. Pour this in there. Nice. Make sure to get all that sugar and everything that's down there on the bottom. We'll start our churning. Once we start solidifying up, we'll add those peaches in there. I am going to get those out of this warm pan though. Sorry for bumping the camera there. putting them in a bowl means I have to clean the bowl, but the bowl is going to help fight the heat retention of that sugar, which is really high, and the peaches. You can see those are still steaming. Get the pan and rinse out so we don't get a ton of sugar stuck in here. Waited too long, doesn't want to move anymore. There we go. Had to sort of break it loose. Last 3 minutes, get units on the battlefield. This is going to take about 20 minutes here churning to get this to chill down with the refrigerated jacket here, or frozen jacket. I think I'm going to actually throw this in the freezer to cool down a bit. I'm going to have a potato pancake. Hey, car guy. Long time no see, one of our long-time viewers. Welcome in. And that's just since I started on Twitch. Nice, where'd you see those, car guy? Rather epic and somewhat controversial race here this morning. Or yesterday evening, depending on where you are. Nice! Yeah, I think Indy's trying to get themselves a Formula One race now that they've changed ownership. And Liberty Media definitely wants to have a couple races more races in the U.S., not just Texas. I'm sure he is. He was just going in for a CT scan. That was one heck of a crash, though. Battle time. Oh, we got this, no problem. There's only 3 of them left. Don't even have to worry if the dino gets out of the ice. We're gonna wipe this, no problem. Oh, Corey, that doesn't sound good. Victory. Quiet J getting those assists. Who's gonna get the 25 gold? Gaia. Congrats. See how we do here in 30 minutes. Put down my flag bearer. Gonna need some tanks to help me out. What was the wreck car guy? What happened? Yeah, they got all sorts of liquid in the cars, though. I mean, they got something like a gallon of drinking water in them. It could be all sorts of things. And actually, there's not a ton of liquids. Well, there's a ton of different liquids in there, but there's not a lot of liquids in these race cars either. They're down to the bare minimums just because of weight. Yeah, that probably will, no matter what it was. Whether it's fuel or oil or pneumatic oil or what it is. Might automatically just put it down there even if it's water. Thank you, Gaia. What was that, car guy? I'm gonna go put my sandals on. Realize I'm sitting flat standing flat on the floor and my feet are hurting. As soon as I figure out where I put my sandals. There we go. It's a little more comfy. Awesome. What different years were there? How many were there? Starting to get some thickness going on there with that liquid in there. Definitely got some ice crystals forming in there now. We haven't even gotten to the cool parts here. This is just ice cream right now. I'm enjoying this wine. It's not quite enjoyed the same as it has been in the past, though. Sort of different to me this year. I don't know if I had this specific year before. Or... It seems a little bit brighter, a little bit more appley. By the way, this was also the wine that was the toast of the end of the Cold War, where Gorbachev and Reagan met. That's the claim to fame for this wine. Nice car guy. No, I'm not familiar with Spagnola. Gaia. Isn't there like a smoothie company that has that as their like thing where they're in like mall stalls and they have blenders connected to bikes? I don't remember where I saw that. Maybe it was like Shark Tank or something. Which, for a show that I really don't watch, I seem to have seen a lot of. Okay, we're starting to get ice cream-like here. We added and flamed the bourbon and the peaches. I think we need some full-on bourbon in this too. Not just de-alcohol sensitized bourbon. So we'll start with that. That's not going to freeze very well, but we'll at least get it mixed in. Let's see how cold our peaches are. I don't want to add those peaches in if they're still hot. That's why I threw them in the freezer. I can still feel warmth on this bowl here. Throw that in the freezer a little bit longer. We'll keep mixing this. Glaze. What's a glaze in culinary terms, Garguy? I know what it is, I'm just asking you. It's a glaze. Nice. So the bourbon's going to kill anything that's in its eggs, right? That's how that's supposed to work, right? Still feeling warm on the bottom of this bowl. There may be room temp. This ice cream's basically ready to go here. I'd be happy throwing this in a container and starting to freeze it. They were all racing in one class? Were they doing the Ferrari races, or was it just a Ferrari event. Because Ferrari does their own classes of races or their own vehicles. I just don't really pay attention to when and where those are. I just see them on YouTube every once in a while. By the way, when it comes to today's Formula One race, I sort of got to feel like Perez at the end of the race forcing Raikkonen off of the track in a corner basically negates their whole fight on going after Hamilton for pushing on Verstappen. I mean, I think the 10-second was maybe fair. It could have been a stop and go. It would have made him not win the race. I would have been okay with either of those. Yeah, that's what I was saying, car guy. Who is it, Penske that just bought it? Whoever it is that just bought it is definitely interested in trying to get Formula One in there. And I know Formula One is interested in more U.S. races. It doesn't matter whether Formula One interested in Indy with the history there, which maybe you should read that before you get too ecstatic. The Formula One does not have the greatest times at Indy. So while I think the owner wants it, and I think Formula One wants to add more of a U.S. presence, little hesitant on if they're going to do it at Indy. It's certainly a possibility. Well, he needs to bring more to it. I mean, he just spent a ton of money on it. He needs to make money back. Okay, I'm going to go with this. It's not quite chilled down, but we'll have to live with that. Yeah, you're not getting what I'm saying, car guy. Formula One does not have the greatest history at Indy. You should look up Formula One's history at Indy. Oh, you're going to both. That's what you're talking about with the Nashville. Yeah. Sounds awesome. I hope you enjoy. Especially now that everything's opening up and safe to go to. Start freezing again, please. overfilled this ever so slightly. Nice. May not look like it, but it is thickening up here rather quickly. It is catching back up. I don't know how many wrinkles are showing up there on stream, but there's more and more wrinkles every turn. Well, those pizzas definitely warmed things back up. They definitely added a bunch more moisture in there, too. Reset the bot there so that we're back to a 6-minute timer. And starting to fold again. Yeah, I don't follow with that enough to know about all that. Top Gun Racing, got me wondering if Tom Cruise is paying into racing these days. He was at the Formula One race tonight, or this morning, or last night, depending on where you are. We still got a bubble going back here. I'll turn that up a slight bit more. Yeah, we got a lazy bubble going there. Yeah, there's a certain name thing to that too, though, isn't there? Like, you get it washed up or, done for title and you're not doing it anymore. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's the impression I get. Okay, I'm thinking this is about the furthest we're going to get with this. I think we've sort of killed our cooling ability of our little sleeve here. So, while it's still a little bit wetter than I would normally like it, it is not that bad. We got a decent chill going on there from the majority of this. Nice, yeah, he's a good driver. It's a shame he just got stuck with Haas for so long. Never really... So on the softer side for ice cream to be being put in the freezer. But I think we got enough of a start there that this is going to freeze up alright. Oops. Starting to smell that beef back here. It's smelling lovely. Did I run through all my music? Or did I stop it? I did go through all of it. I need a longer list of jazz. Let's start back over at the front. And on to our next project. Now we got the ice cream stored away in the freezer. We need to get going with our peach upside down cake. Where is my Truvette? I think I put that in the living room. Ice cream thing making black marks on my counter here. Yep, guy, tons of jazz. I did try to keep it to more upbeat things than in the contrast. I got so much other blues and sort of stuff going on. I wanted to sort of be a little happier. So some of the music we're playing, still hiccuping from this lovely bubbly. I'm gonna go ahead and put a layer of butter on the bottom of this pan. I'll coat the whole pan with butter. Including the sides. I'm going to coat it with sugar afterward. Sugar. It's not enough, but we'll use it up. Less of the wholesome sugar. That wholesome sugar lasted me almost the whole time I've been streaming. I know it lasted me close to a year, if not more. But I got some new big batch sugar here. Looks basically the same. Coating the pan here so that when we cook the cake, the peach cake, we're going to have a layer of fat and sugar between not only our cake but our peaches and the pan. And I sort of like it. Some people may not. It's a personal preference thing. I like that you get that granulated sugar on the outside of the cake. You get a little bit of texture. You get a little bit of crunch going with it. Some of it caramelizes. Some of it breaks down to liquid. But some of it stays granulated and you get that nice little crunch with your cake. Like it's a coffee cake or something like that. If you don't, you can feel free to skip the sugar and just go with the butter, or I don't know. I've never tried it with powdered sugar if it's just gonna like adhere to the pan that way, or if that would do even better. But something to try sometime, maybe. We're gonna start off with some peaches, though. We're gonna grab the bigger ones for this project. Let's do our battle. Stay away from my flag bearer. Victory. Quiet Jay and Julia getting those kills as assists. Who's going to get that 200 gold? Gaia. Congrats. And Julia getting the scroll. Berserker. See how we do in 30 minutes. Pit broke open on me. We don't want any peach pits. We don't want to be poisoning anyone. Man, these are just gorgeous peaches. Picked these up at the farmer's market this morning. I say that and then I get a pit like this. Prosciutto. Key ingredient to my favorite sandwich. That one almost came out clean. Okay. So now we need to do these in thirds. Skin on. Jersey. Okay, here's the base of our peach pie, or peach cake. Got a little extra peach there. We'll take up the rest of this recipe that I'm trying to do from memory only here, basically. Don't. How much butter do I need at room temp? Boo. All the butter. Here's hoping the fuse lasts. Clean a bowl here for our cake while we're waiting. Yay, it lasted. our pseudo melted butter here in lieu of properly letting it come to room temp. Last of our bubbly. Hey, Glass. Welcome in. How goes the guitar artwork? I'm doing lovely, Glass. Celebrating my first 2 years streaming here tonight. We've got working on peach pie. Or peach cake. I've got peach and bourbon ice cream in the freezer. We got Osso Buco bubbling on the stove there. Maybe need to turn that down a slight bit. I've been enjoying some potato pancakes with smoked salmon, sour cream, and caviar. Finishing up the last of my bottle of bubbly here, but do have a bottle of Zinfandel to go for afterward. I'm gonna hate myself tomorrow. Making sure we're mixing all that sugar with all that butter in there. We'll do vanilla extract in here. Did I start elsewhere? As far as myself drinking? Or what were we referring to here, Glass? Or are you talking to your streaming? Well, of course I started a mixer before I was over here. What temp do I need my oven at for our cake? 350. Thankfully, we're getting to the later part of the evening here and don't have to worry about the heat of the oven so much. I don't know. I didn't play 1v1. There certainly was a lot of people that thought that was a dating app, though. Come here, Shell. Get out of there. And flour. I don't know. About the same as it did 1 year deep. Of course, when I was 1 year deep, I was dealing with the fact that Mixer deleted themselves and told us by tweet. Oops, we need sour cream in here first. That was about a year ago. A little over a year ago. 22nd of June. That looks about right. Not a whole lot. I mean, I redid everything for the beginning of Twitch here, but we got a new jazz soundtrack for tonight that I need to work and create longer because we're already playing it the second time through. Otherwise, we're just chilling. Having a nice fancy dinner. Spending some time making some heavy-duty goods. Drinking a bit more than usual. Mix this just to combine it. And then we got our peaches. Pour our cake batter over the top here. Last couple of years has become one of my more favorite styles of cakes. I've done this at least, I think, 3 times now on stream in some form. Hurricane! Thank you for that raid and for that follow I noticed last night. Welcome in, welcome in. And thank you everyone, welcome in. I am celebrating 2 years streaming today. Going to be making some lovely food. Actually, I have been making some lovely food. We're going to continue to make some lovely food here tonight. Got some jazz going. Working on making myself a peach cake here, which we've got peaches layered in the bottom, and I just put my cake batter over the top of that. We're going to go ahead and throw that in 350 degree oven and allow that to hang out for a little while. Over here on the stove, to give you a little bit of a tour here, we've got Osso Buco hanging out here and simmering. We got 3 big Osso Buco slices in here with a whole bunch of veggies and deliciousness in that sauce. We got mirepoix, we got hard nut garlic. We've got 2 types of mushrooms in there. There's a little bit of our Zinfandel that I'm just about to start getting into. I'm drinking the last of tonight's sparkling. And so that's going to be our main dish. I'm going to do some mashed potatoes with that. I made some caramel and bourbon peach ice cream, which is setting up in the freezer here. I just put that in there before I started with the cake here. But that's setting up. Bourbon brown sugar boba. And I apologize, what was that what you were doing for your stream tonight? What all were we doing this evening? And then, after I got that Osso Buco going, I started out with my first dish of the night that I actually already completed here. This is 1 left. I've already taken out 3 of them. But we have a potato pancake with some sweet onion in there. We have some smoked salmon, a little sour cream, and since it's National Caviar Day, to go along with the celebration tonight, we got some caviar too. Drinking some nicer wines tonight. I'm typically a cheapo supermarket wine guy, but tonight we're drinking a couple. I live in Sonoma County, so I had the great advantage of being able to go to the vineyards and pick up the good stuff. And so that's what I did today. Got myself a bottle of Iron Horse Russian Cuvée, which is not their top of the line, but is one of my favorite ones, and probably my favorite sparkling wine. It was 2017 on that. And then, so that's the start. And then Harvest Moon you can find in your supermarkets, but this is their estate. If you notice the Home Ranch Estate at the top of the label there. Home Ranch Estate. They're a little bit more harder to come by. I got this from the vineyard too here in Sonoma. How long are we cooking this cake? "40 to 45 minutes. Allow that to keep going. Allow that to keep going. I'm going to steal a slice of this peach. See what this is like. Got all sorts of lovely peaches this morning. Still got a few that I got to figure out what I'm going to do with here. Yep, that's a peach. Certainly do. It's probably going bad, so I'm not going to pull it out, but I got some strawberry jam in the fridge that I actually made on stream, I think. I forget when I made that. Okay. We are down to potatoes, I think. Let's do some mashed potatoes. We got butterball potatoes that I bought from the local farmer's market. Anyone who's a normal watcher or longtime viewer of me knows I buy a bi-weekly box of all sorts of lovely produce. I just picked one up here on Friday. Although these are actually from the last one, so these are three or 4 week old potatoes. Just been chilling on my rack. I'm gonna add some thyme in with the Osso Buco. I was planning on doing that earlier, it's just spaced on it. That's just the last wet dried thyme. So, how are we doing potatoes tonight? Over here too. And so these are butterball potatoes, which are amazing, creamy potatoes. Not so great if you want to do like French fries or something like that, but pretty good here for mashed potatoes. Sort of a pale hay or golden color to the inside of them. Similar to like a Yukon Gold or so. Not quite as gold. Another Stream Raiders battle just about ready to go off here too. fun size. It's better than shareable. Because they don't want you to share it, they want you to eat it. I'm going to leave the skin on for my mashed potatoes, but I am going to cut them up pretty well so that the skin is not huge hunks. Pronto. See, if you're with me, you get haste. You guys get to be slow. Chris. It's true. Victory. Vampage Warrior getting the kills and the assists there. Quiet J and Julia getting the scrolls. Congrats. Boss level. Tipsy. Let's do flag bearer. What are we going for seconds on? I know, I think I asked you. I hope I asked you what you did on your stream. I think I missed it, though. Prime season for those, too. For anyone that doesn't know those, nasturtium. Probably butchered the pronunciation on it, but those are those lily pad-like garnish. Readily available this time of year. Chicken katsunam. Awesome. So how is everyone this fine Sunday evening? Hopefully everyone's had a lovely weekend. Any Formula One junkies out there with strong opinions of what happened to Max this morning? Or all just in a hunger daze? Nice. That has to be the primary way that I watch streams myself, to be honest. They're on, but I'm doing other stuff too. Nice, Chris. I don't normally drink this much, but we're celebrating tonight, so why not? I'm going to add a clove or two of our hardneck garlic. Like I did with the dinner tonight, I'm just going to give them a good crush. Throw them right in. What game is that, Jersey? And then we're just going to add water and a bit of salt, and we'll boil those. I didn't realize I was still in the game there. That rubber band ain't doing us any good anymore. And yeah, I just splattered myself with cooking liquid. But hey, it's why I'm wearing an apron. But we'll get our potatoes cooking. We'll get some more butter melting back here for with them. Yeah. Oh, if I wasn't explaining, if you're just coming in here now, that was on purpose. What we have here, I'll give this a rinse off before I show it up close. Looks a bit like a rubber band, but it's actually, you can buy these. My mom actually bought these for me a couple of years back, and they've been indispensable to me. But they're essentially high heat silicone. It's still a little stretchy like they're a rubber band, but allows you to put them on roasts. You know, it's a little bit easier than wasting some twine. And so I threw one of those on each of the individual Osso Buco bones to try and keep that meat packed around it. Now that it's cooked, it's cooked. It's either going to fall apart or not. But that one is already like half off, and so it wasn't doing a whole lot anyways. I was doing something with you, Bag. Why are you trying to run away? Let's see, we got another 24 minutes on our cake down below. How late are we into our stream tonight? How long have we been going here? Almost 4 hours. Nice. So we got to be getting close on our Osso Buco. Nice guess on the word scramble. I think I'm going to take a 10-minute breather here and show you guys some of my old school commercials while I clean up a little bit here. And we'll come back to doing cake and finishing up our mashed potatoes and plating up our Osso Buco. Chris. Do you have a cat, Chris? Because it'll be its new worst enemy. Anyways, folks, I'll see you guys in about 9 minutes here. Please enjoy my 1950s commercials here while I do a little cleanup.
You can be in command of your own ideal countdown. It's a real electronic missile base. You sit at the controls and move missiles into place. You count down. You blast off. You track the flight. The ideal countdown comes complete with moon missile and lunar probe, as well as a giant atlas. Get your electronic ideal countdown now, wherever good toys are sold.
It's a wonderful toy. It's ideal.
Now, a new creation from Seal Test. Cottage cheese in ready-to-serve portions. Handy envelopes bring you brand new convenience and ease. Zip, it's open, quick and neat. Just the amount you need, the easy way to serve cottage cheese. The rest stays moist and creamy. Ready for next time.
Are they handy? Cottage cheese in ready-to-serve portions.
So easy to use, quick, and no bother at all.
The rest stays really fresh, moist, and creamy.
Yes, serving cottage cheese was never as easy as this. Seal Test's new square package with handy, ready-to-serve portions. Zip, it's open. Simple as can be. The rest stays moist and creamy fresh. You'll love Seal Test cottage cheese in new, ready-to-serve portions. Get some. soon.
It's the newest, most exciting sound in town. It's a General Electric blender that's going around. Completely new from base to lid. Take it apart, see what they did. The non-skid base is the lowest you'll ever see.
The decanter has a 36-ounce blending capacity.
The non-spill lid is really smart. For blending convenience, it comes apart. Add additional ingredients, if you will. Look, no splash, see no spill. Put them all together and you know it's true. The General Electric blender is best for you. If you want to know another reason why,
It's only 10 1/2 inches high.
stores easily on the counter or on a shelf. There's 1,000 things you can make yourself.
Make party spreads.
Great cabbage heads. Blend the meatloaf for a family of 8. Make ice-cold drinks you'll appreciate. Now's the time for you to buy the General Electric blender.
Did he say only 10 1/2 inches high?
Alexis Lachine wines are full of flavor. Alexis Lachine wines are dry. Alexis Lachine wines are mellow. Drink an Alexis Lachine wine with any kind of food. Or anytime you feel like relaxing with a drink. Alexis Lachine, fine French wines.
Next week, George and Gracie will be brought to you by Carnation.
Hiya, happy boy. Wish you'd been with me today. We saw a great dog show, some beautiful dogs. There was the handsomest poodle, a real beauty, an international champion. His owner gave me some good advice.
There are many dog foods on the market, but the Carnation Company makes the best. It's called Friskies, and it's quality all the way through.
You should have seen the champion collie. He won everything in sight. The handler told me.
A very important part of this champion's diet is meat. That's why we feed him Friskies. The principal ingredient is lean red horse meat, the best you can buy.
So happy, you're getting real quality, and you're going to get your Friskies right now.
Friskies is prepared to the high standards of Carnation Company and guarantees prime-grade nourishment.
A pleasure, Milton. In just a moment, we'll see how well Milton does at the Pentagon. But if you want to see busy hands at your house, just you offer this lively Christmas party dip that's so good to serve with king-size Fritos corn chips. Just follow the recipe right on the Fritos package. Of course, it calls for the famous Philadelphia brand cream cheese, an 8-ounce package, which we blended with 2 tablespoons of milk till it's nice and smooth, like so. Then come 2 tablespoons of Kraft cream-style horseradish for zesty flavor, a 1/4 teaspoon of Worcestershire sauce, and finally, a dash of salt. And we'll blend our Philly mixture again. And when party time comes, let the folks enjoy this wonderful Philly horseradish dip with crisp king-size Fritos. There are those busy hands. Just remember, you make the best-tasting dips with the freshest-tasting cream cheese you can buy. Philadelphia brand cream cheese, made only by Kraft.
If you've ever been to Venice, you remember the gondolas and the picturesque waterways. And you remember the food, too. Superb food, prepared with that very special Italian touch. The same special Italian touch that Chef Boyardee sauce with meat can give to your meals over here. Because the recipe for this tangy sauce has been brought over from Italy by this famous Italian chef. Chef Boyardee sauce with meat is made from juicy, sun-ripened tomatoes and tender, quality beef, simmered in a spicy sauce that makes a rice and cheese loaf, a casserole, or a spaghetti dish a real Italian-style dish. So when you'd like to add that special Italian touch to your dinner, do it with Chef Boyardee sauce with meat. Try Chef Boyardee sauce with mushrooms, too. Both are prepared from the chef's own Italian recipe.
Schmidt's Blue Ribbon Bread gives you 7 ounces of non-fat milk solids in every loaf, the equal of 90 quarts a year if you serve it regularly. Every sandwich you make, every snack, gives you extra milk. For wonderful flavor combined with sound food values, serve Schmidt's Blue Ribbon Bread in the pantry pack.
Folks, why do you eat Wheaties?
We like it.
But did you know it's always been whole wheat with all the bran, and bran is one of nature's best sources of food fiber.
That's news to us.
Wheaties breakfast this morning?
Sure, it helps me feel fit.
But do you know Wheaties has bran fiber your body may need?
That's news to me.
Why Wheaties?
Oh, we love the taste.
I have for years. But do you know for years you've been getting something extra for your diet? Bran fiber?
Well, that's news to me.
Wheaties. It's brand news.
When you have a Labatt's, you have an adventure. Canadian Light. That's Labatt's. It's a great new taste in beer. Enjoy import quality at USA prices. Have an adventure. Have a Labatt's.
What? Keeping the coffee in the icebox?
Yes, Mr. Jones, it's a new kind of coffee, roasted by a new secret process. Hence, this new none-such coffee has a different flavor, a flavor preserved by vacuum packing, the flavor retained by refrigeration after the jar has been opened. Just taste it. You can't miss that delicate aroma, that clean, mellow taste. Yes, in cooking, the way to a man's heart is most of all through the coffee pot. In every jar, you'll find 3 special pointers, valuable in all methods of making coffee. Try new none-such coffee now. Use half the jar. If not 100% satisfied, get all your money back from your grocer without argument. Special for Movie Week, only 28 cents a pound, plus 3 cents refundable deposit on the jar.
3, 2, 1, blast off. She's up. Come in ideal countdown control. Ready for second launching.
Atlas moving into position.
Fuel her up.
All set.
Count down.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off!
Okay, we're repeating there. Cake, I just took a quick sneak peek of that cake. We're looking good there. Osso Buco is looking lovely. Got a little melted butter here for our potatoes. Let's add a little cream into that. Or rather, half and half. I've also got to use the rest of that container sour cream up, so... Oh, it helps when we turn the right thing off. Okay, flames off back here. Flames back on over here. Our potatoes are bubbling. I think we're good there. I'm going to allow that to rest. We'll wait on our cake to cook here. Let's pour ourselves some Zinfandel. It was quite awesome visiting this place. It was the first time I visited it this year since things started opening up again. And they have this same wine blended from like 2013, 12. And they have it all for sale every single different year. And the tasting notes over the years and how it changes and how it's... same grapes, completely different flavor profiles from year to year. There does tend to be a trend to it. Like we're getting denser, more complex as we get older. But the descriptions were still rather varied in the lighter notes all over the place. Thank you, Hurricane. I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much for sharing your community with me. Thank you for the follow, and I hope you have a great evening. Let's turn some music back on. Let's give our ice cream a stir. As I was saying earlier, a little bit looser than I normally like my ice cream to be when I put it in the freezer. But I sort of maxed out what I could do with the little freezer ring because the peaches went and warmed the whole mixture back up. But you do have a decent amount of bourbon in here making this a little liquidy too. So, just make sure we get it all nicely sort of mixed up together. Throw it back in the freezer for a little bit. Caponata. I should know what that word means. I can't remember it off the top of my head. I love it when you can... That's something that I absolutely... I mean, you don't get that with soda, you don't get that with fruit juices. It's something that I absolutely love when it comes to alcohols. It just smells so good. I mean, just dark fruit and tobacco and spice and... Or you get into the bourbons with all the vanilla and caramel and brown sugar, and I just love the smell of it. I like smelling alcohol more than I like drinking alcohol. It's probably my favorite part of actually visiting these bourbon distilleries. I like learning how they each have their own ways of doing things. You know, like Maker's Mark, they're cooking their wheat before they even get into making their distiller's beer. But, I went to Bardstown Brewing this last trip where they're doing stuff for so many other breweries. And distilleries, breweries, and they're doing so many different recipes of different mashes. That is incredibly interesting to me. But probably the part that gets me the most is walking into those rack houses, or rick houses, and just it just permeates your skin. Just like walking in there. Chopped fried eggplant and other veggies. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's understandable why I can't remember what it is. It's absolutely not up my alley, but it is classic. Welcome, Waro. It is going lovely. How are you this lovely evening? We're waiting on our Osso Buco to continue cooking here. In with all the veggies and flavorful stuff in here. We got our potatoes basically done. Just got to mash them and strain them, mash them, and add the fat in there. I'm waiting on this cake. I'm sort of I'm going to take a look at this cake. Let's see how far along we are here. I don't know if I want to give that full 5 minutes, but it's going to be ready here soon. That cake is looking nice. Interesting. What's the oats just trying to be your starch? Tell me how you made it, because I can see that working lovely, but it being a problem if you go at it wrong. Oh. Don't know about that one. Yeah, sort of like a meatloaf, but I can see the broccoli holding moisture nicely and the egg white being a binder. The ground turkey being a nice low-fat protein. But the oats, I mean, oats are long cooking. I mean, unless you're doing like oat flour or something like that, even then it's still gonna taste like flour, I think. Let's do our battle. Well, that's sort of the problem. About the only thing I can think of other than oats is maybe like quinoa. But you'd almost want to cook that separately and add it in. It's not a just blend and go. Victory. That was a quick one. Vemtige Warrior and Quiet J getting those kills and assists. Chris Hangry getting that Berserker scroll. Quick oats and meatloaf. Now, see, I'm just not a fan of adding really anything. I mean, I'll do a little breadcrumb, but I mean, the whole reason that any of that is in there is to just be filler. It's, you know, saving you money on meat. Mighty or threatening? What do you guys think? What's everyone think? Specialized support unit that boosts nearby ally attack power over a wider range. Specialized support whose spells boost nearby ally attack power and debuff. I think I'm gonna go with threatening. Berserker. Come on, store. We got more Berserker stuff. No. Give me more Berserker stuff. Boo. Okay, we go on top or bottom here. I think we go gold and then blue. It's the top. That's a good idea, Jersey. see how we do here in 30 minutes. Okay, I'm pulling that cake out. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's a winner. Then again, this recipe has always been a winner for me. So if you were new to join in here or just came in with the raid, you probably just barely saw me covering this with cake batter. There is a full layer of peaches there on the bottom and a second swirl in the center. And so this cake is just on top of a whole bunch of peaches. We're going to allow this to sit and rest for a good 10-15 minutes before we start worrying about trying to pull that out of the pan. Set that off to the side here to cool. Strain off our potatoes. Back into the same pan. Add in our half and half and butter. That's at least somewhat warmed up here. And we'll start mashing. Definitely gonna need some salt in these bad boys. Black pepper. And a little onion powder. We already got the garlic in there. Polyfish. Is that a fish that goes both ways? Uh-oh, I'm canceled already. Okay, let's use up the last of that sour cream. Fusion of teeth. Now that sounds like a fish I don't want to mess with. Okay, so there's my homemade mashed potatoes. Let's see how we're doing on our Osso Buco. This is the big piece with the big piece of bone in it. This has got a part of the knee bone in it. The other two got much smaller bones in them. Might end up doing this last, let's see here. I want to give that another 5 minutes or so to cool down first. But that will be coming out of the pan here before we're done with the stream here tonight. Casper. That didn't work. Is it really too easy if it wasn't the right word? There's a couple other words that I can think of there. Could be spacer, but it's probably not. That's not really a food-related word. Hey, Kirby! Welcome in. How you been? Glad to see you in here. We're having a fun evening. Doing a bunch of peach stuff. Actually, I got a bunch of peaches I still got to figure out what I'm going to do with here. So I'm going to do something with these. But these are all gorgeous looking peaches. But I've already got a peach pie, or a peach cake. Upside down cake. I haven't flipped it upside down yet. But it's just fresh out of the oven, nice and cooling down there. Drinking a lovely Zinfandel after drinking a lovely bubbly. Earlier on today I'd made 4 potato pancakes, did smoked salmon, sour cream, a little caviar. It's National Caviar Day. We got on the stove back here, we've got Osso Buco bubbling away with a whole bunch of different veggies and mushrooms in there. We got a little of our Zinfandel in there, along with some chicken stock. We got some mashed potatoes just waiting to go. I should put a lid on those. Nice, Kirby. Now, refresh my memory. I know you were looking before. We're looking to do like a craft space for yourself. Is that what you're working on right now, or are you moving, or it sounds like you're undertaking something a little bit more than just getting your workshop going? There you go, Druzy. That's definitely a food word. I was on vacation and with family, and me and my parents were just laughing. There was a bunch of, let's call them ditzy older ladies that were there for a concert, and one of them was like, they didn't know what capers was. They thought it was caviar, and so they were like talking about capers. But they're like, ew, fish eggs. I can't do that. Nasty. It was no idea what they're talking about and just disregarding it. Yeah. Nice, Kirby. I mean, that's the dream, man. I mean, I wish I could outfit my space to be like my space. But I mean, it's still my landlord's space, so I can't do that much to it. Granted, I've done quite a bit as it is. Doing lovely. I mean, got to see all my family here the last couple of weeks. Still cooking lovely food. Still single. That could be better. But other than that, not much to complain about. I mean, I'm already a bottle deep on wine, so I mean, I'm going to be happy no matter what right now. Oh yeah, that's right, you're in UK. Yeah, that's mad early right now. Yeah, I've got a fan going here. Hopefully it's not creating too much noise here, folks. I can probably cut that off now. But I finally bit the bullet this year. I've been living in this one-bedroom, like, granny's house for 11 years now? 12 years now? Something like that. And I just this year bought myself a window AC unit. And been loving it. It's a little bit noisy, but it's a small little thing intended for, like, maybe a 200 square foot room. So it's not a big, powerful thing. I'm not even running it at full temp. And just blowing it into the center of the house, it's keeping the house cool enough, even on, like, 90-degree days, that it's been comfy. I'm getting a little too used to it. I'm running it a little too much. I need to cut back on that a little bit. Well, let's see if we can't get ourselves a peach cake out here in one piece. Yes, I have an IKEA plate. There we go. That looks like a nice little piece of cake to me, don't you think? Came out pretty clean, too. A little bit left in the pan. I think the last time I did this cake with a little bit more caramel, it came out looking a little bit richer. I still think that looks damn good. But it's a little paler. Epic flag bearer. To go with my flag... do I have a flag bearer out there for this map? What did I put out there this map? I put out my warrior, okay. Epic flag carriers welcomed. Ice cream, you say, Kirby? So, like, maybe some peach and bourbon ice cream? I told you I was going all out tonight. Kirby. Another hour or two, this is gonna be gorgeous. But I think it's time we make our main dish here. I think I'm gonna go for one of my new bowls here. They're very garlic smelling mashed potatoes here. Forgetting minor ingredient. A little parsley for our garnish. Brunschwager. I haven't had any Brunschwager in a moment. You didn't enter in, you didn't type exclamation mark scramble early enough then. This one had the rubber band or silicone band snap up on it too. But we need some of those veggies and good stuff in here too. There we have dinner. Our Osso Buco with root veggies, mushrooms, garlic mashed potatoes, parsley, and lemon zest. Grab a photo of that with our yummy Zinfandel here. Thank you, Druzy. Well, let's see what we got here with this cake, too. I don't want to finish up without showing you everything with the cake, too. Let's see if we can't get a slice out of this. It's a little bit early, but I'm gonna risk it. see if we can't get one scoop out of this that's pretty enough for a photo. I just mixed this though, so photo quick. Thank you, New Vision. We got one last minute here before our last Stream Raiders battle of the evening. But I'm actually going to throw this ice cream back with the other ice cream to try and get it to set up a little bit more. I'm just doing photo magic for right now. Believe me, that ice cream will get eaten. And for those wondering, I am getting close here. We got another, I don't know, less than 20, I think, followers until we get to 750 followers. I will be doing a giveaway, $25 gift card either for Twitch or Amazon, winner's choice. And that will be determined by sprinkles. Sprinkles are my in-chat currency. They are designed so that they are not influenced by cash. So subscribing, bits, all that stuff, I want you viewing. So it's going to be given out based on viewership, which is also sprinkles, which are given out during raids too. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for that raid, John Leung. Welcome in, everyone. What were we cooking tonight? We are actually just wrapping up here. Getting close to being done here. Having an epic evening of food. Thank you for joining me, everyone. We've got a peach upside down cake that I made. That's sitting here on the board right now. Just finished taking a photo of that with some of my peach and bourbon ice cream. Not quite set up, so I threw that back into the freezer real quick. We're working on getting that solidified. It's going to be a good one, but it's got a good basis, but it's not fully set yet. In addition, I've made my main dish of the evening, which, well hidden here, but we've got a Osso Buco slice with garlic mashed potatoes, a wide variety of veggies. If you look on the stove here, we have our other two pieces of Osso Buco with our braising liquid, all that yumminess going on there. So that's what we got on top here with garlic mashed potatoes, and then garnished with flat leaf parsley and lemon zest. Thank you for that raid, John Leong. What were we cooking tonight? Thank you, thank you. chili, I have done the recipe using canned peaches. It turns out great. Go ahead and try it. The one that I actually did tonight, and I've done a couple of times before, is on the New York Times website. Thank you for that follow, Underlust. And UF Mark, welcome in, welcome. We got a battle to do. Stream Raiders. It's our last battle of the evening here, since I am wrapping things up here. Thank you for that raid, John Leong. But we're getting towards the end of our evening here. Along with all the other stuff. Thank you, Tahiti Lady. Victory. Vampage getting those kills again. Quiet J helping out with the assist. Chris Hangry and Vantage getting those rewards. Congrats. Ooh, goodies for me, too. Okay, we're calling it here a night as far as that. In addition to everything else that I was doing earlier tonight, I started off the night drinking a lovely bottle of bubbly. I've gone through that already. And we started off with potato pancakes with smoked salmon, sour cream, and some caviar. It's National Caviar Day today, too, so that was the start of our evening. Bubbly and caviar, and we're finishing up now with peach cake and Osso Buco. I think this is going to be an amazing dinner. Thank you, Kip. Thank you for the subs earlier. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate that, everyone. Thank you. Let's see who we can give a raid to here tonight. Hey, Jan Henry. Welcome in. Nice. I can't do okra. Yeah, unless you're one of those people that can make okra not be slimy. Yeah. Why don't we go raid another food and drink streamer, since we have so many food and drink streamers in here tonight. Let's go hang out with another lovely food and drink streamer, cooking without looking. She's working on a pork pie tonight. Please don't spam her. She is literally cooking without looking, and so she uses VoIP, and so if you guys spam her chat, it's gonna not be good. But I hope you all enjoy hanging out with her. She's a lovely streamer. Yes, Bitter Dan. Thank you all for joining me tonight. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for all the bits, the subs. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to go and enjoy all of this lovely food. I'm going to mow down here now. I hope you all have a great night. I will be back here on Wednesday with either bourbon or coffee grounds as an ingredient challenge. I hope you come back and join me. We're going to be doing a menu planning stream here shortly. Hey, Charlene, welcome in. And thank you so much. I hope you all have a great night. Hope to see you again soon. Bye-bye.